Okay, it is 1:10 p.m. We're calling the meeting back to order. The next item on the agenda is proposed Chapter 11 Committee Bylaws Amendment. Amendments,
Amendments.
plural.
I do believe Stacy Snett is online as well from the enrollment department. Julie was out sick today. We had workshopped this a month ago, maybe a month or so ago with the board for some proposed code changes and bylaw changes. I'll just run through them again, what's changed since our last discussion. So starting with in your packet, there's Chapter 11, red lines for workshop. In 11.103, Special Needs Enrollment Committee, per our discussion with the Board of Directors last time we workshopped this, the committee agreed with the recommendation the board had to make it 7 members, a 7-member committee instead of 12. There was discussion last time at the board workshop about whether we had language and we still have in there about whether we want to try to target at least one representative from each unit. The committee, when they met again after the last workshop, they wanted to continue to recommend that an effort to be made for at least one representative from each of the tribe's 5 units, 5 election units, and then at least one representative from at large or outside the units, and then have that be the default. And if we can't get at least one representative from each of the 5 units and someone from outside, then you would just populate it with 7 members who are interested. And they were hoping to have some more feedback from the board on if the board had any thoughts on that structure or wanted any input. So I'll pause for a second for that.
Bridget.
So Ryan, I wondered if, because it's not really spelled out on how that's going to take place, so are we going to kind of start this committee over brand new and then look to fill one from each unit? Because I know with housing, you know, it's set up so that we have one from each unit, but then if we don't get anybody, then it reverts to whoever, basically from whatever unit they're in. So, but that's spelled out in this one. It doesn't spell out how it's going to be done or advertised in the paper or any of that kind of stuff. So how would we go about it, and are we starting over?
We hadn't talked about that specifically, actually, Bridget. My thoughts on the spot here would be the individuals that are currently on the enrollment committee to finish out their terms, whatever. There might be some vacancies on there right now, but finish off their terms. But if this gets changed in the code to start, like, we could start immediately advertising the new structure. We could post, there'd be a bylaw change too that would reflect this. And they have to get the same 3 letters of recommendation and all that we currently have in place. And then it would be not start fresh from that moment, but once those terms expired. But I hadn't workshopped that specifically with the committee. That's how I envisioned it to work, just so we make sure we still have a seated special needs enrollment committee while we solicit more interest under the new regime, under the new scheme if it gets in place. Yeah. But I'm open to thoughts on that if it would make. How did you guys do with the housing? Did you have a scenario where you changed your structure on that, or it's always been that structure?
Housing Authority code.
Yeah.
That when it gets put out for 2 months advertised in the paper, if there's nobody from that unit, then it gets re-put out, advertised again for anyone. So
Okay.
you should be able to get the specifics.
Yeah, so we could mirror some of that authority code language in this, or we could do it procedurally through the bylaws. Either way, but it's not currently spelled out to that specificity.
Anyone else? We can keep going.
The next section is 11.106, proof of ancestry. This is what we were previously calling collateral descendancy. Now we're calling collateral ancestry. So this is to help capture. We have these very rare, but sometimes these applicants who will, when the registrar does the research with the family, it's determined that they do trace back to someone who should have been on one of the historic rolls. Usually, we find it with the Durant roll, where we have the ancestors that they descend from the applicant, but they're not listed on the Durant roll. But that ancestors, all of her other family members are, all of her siblings are, all of his or her brothers are, and so we can be as close to 100% certain as we can, like 99.9% sure that, but for whatever weird scenario happened in the 1800s, this person should have been on the Durant roll, and we know this person has Sioux tribe heritage because their brother's on the Durant roll. So this applicant, because they descend to someone not listed, but through our research we know that they do descend from someone who has that Sioux tribe blood. Previously, or in the current code, we can't enroll them. We were able to enroll one under a special circumstance that we got the board to approve. We ended up doing an adoption because we knew they were Indians. We use that provision of the code. But this is to make it so we can enroll them as a full member without having to go back and use the adoption language. When the registrar can prove through documentation that they do descend from a Sioux tribe ancestor. So this would be a new provision in the code. It's not something we currently have, but we ran into a couple applicants last year who fell into this bucket, and the committee is recommending to put actual language in our code that would address those individuals. Does that make sense? It's kind of confusing, yeah.
Bueno.
Yeah, that makes no sense. If the ancestor was listed on the Durant roll and then they're members, all they have to show proof to that other person.
Right.
But it says in here that the applicant's direct ancestor is not listed on historical roll.
Yeah, so I'll use without going into specifics, I'll use the scenario we dealt with last year. We had a couple applicants, and they traced back to Miss Pond was the ancestor. Rachel Pond, she was the ancestor that we were able to trace back to, but Rachel Pond was not listed on the Durant roll. But we had other records that showed she had, I think, like 5 siblings from the same parents, and those 5 siblings were on the Durant roll, but Rachel wasn't.
Yep.
But had she been there at the time of the census, she should have been. She would have been, but she was in a different household, or she was out fishing with her husband. She wasn't in the area. We can't know why, but we do know that she has the same parents as all her other siblings, and they're on. So that's the scenario we're trying to capture here.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it was hard to try and finesse this language with the committee, but that's the scenario. I should have led with this scenario. That's what this language captures. Next.
I think you can carry on.
The next one is 11.110, loss of membership. This is specifically subsection 2, when we have a Sioux tribe member who relinquishes, for whatever reason, their membership in our tribe. Right now, the code reads that they can never re-enroll. Previous workshop, the committee brought to the board re-enrollment after a 10-year waiting period. After our previous workshop and talking it through more with the committee, they're now recommending a 3-year waiting period. So if I voluntarily relinquish, I cannot re-enroll until 3 years after the date that I relinquish. But then I'm eligible for re-enrollment into the tribe.
Questions, comments? Sounds like what we discussed the other day.
So those are the code changes. If you flip a few pages in your packet to the bylaws, We've already gone through. We've already gone through and got comments from the board on the bylaws. The only thing that's going to change in your that's different than your packet is it still says 12 members appointed. It should say 7, and it will say 7 when we bring it for a vote. The term of appointment right now is 2 years. We wanted to make it 4 to marry it up with all the other committees. Everyone else is 4 years, so this is an outlier. Otherwise, there's no other big changes.
Huh?
No, I was hoping they would be, but we got our wires crossed, and so I'm workshopping them one more time with you to make sure that we're all happy with the language, and then I'll make sure they're on the agenda for next one for a vote. So that was quick and sweet. I have nothing else unless there's questions, or unless Stacy, is there something I forgot that she's online and wants to chime in?
Stacy, anything that Ryan forgot that you want to mention?
You know, I really can not hear you guys well. It's really broken up. So I really can't hear what he was saying.
Gotta pull those mics real close.
I'll speak up. Sorry, I just
Pull the mic really close.
It's so awkward. Yeah, I just went through all the changes. I think I captured everything. I'm sorry that you couldn't hear me.
Okay.
You should have said something.
Was
The
that
only
better,
thing that I
Stacy?
wasn't sure is on loss of membership. The board had recommended 5 years, and when we met with the committee, they recommended 3. If you guys are okay with that, to wait between relinquishing and reapply.
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't remember what the board had discussed. Yeah, yeah, that's accurate. The board had said 5. The committee went even lower and said 3.
Okay. Bridget?
So Ryan, are we gonna go over the resolutions too, if I have a question on that?
We can. The resolutions just memorialize what's in the red line. But if you see something, yeah, point it out to me.
The 11.110, the loss of membership one, just a couple things, when it refers to a legally competent adult member of the tribe. So how are we defining that? Is that someone that's 18? Now we allow people to enroll, what is up until they're, oh, I don't know if that still stands. They had until they were 21. And the other one is the minor child re-enrollment after 10 years, because that is going to be 3 years now, right?
Correct. That'll be, yeah, that was a typo. That'll be 3. When we bring the reso to you, it'll be 3.
Okay, so then I guess if you can define what the legally competent, because, I mean, is somebody going to challenge the competent part? I mean,
Yeah, this is language that's the legally competent adult is language that's currently in our code, and from looking back in the history, what it appeared to be covering and what it does cover is if there was a member who asked to relinquish their membership, but the health department, so I know this scenario has popped up in the past, not recently. Someone tried to relinquish, and we were gonna process it, but then another family member flagged that they may have a documentation through their doctor that they have a diminished legal capacity, so they actually can't legally sign away any of their rights. They couldn't contract to something, and including they couldn't sign away their citizenship. So this language, I don't remember what year it was put in, but this the legally competent adult is to cover those scenarios, so we don't have someone trying to be coerced or someone who maybe has diminished faculties, medically speaking, to help preserve their membership because they might not be in sound mind to actually know they're voluntarily relinquishing. So that's why it's worded that way. And then I'm sorry, the minor, you had a question about the minors? Oh, a minor child. Yeah, so this is also current language in our code, and I don't remember the date this was put in, but it's been in our code for a while. For a minor child, we do not, as a matter of law, allow a parent to disenroll them. So if a parent relinquishes, if I decided to relinquish my membership today, my 2 daughters don't also get their membership taken away from them. This is to preserve their membership in our tribe so they can decide when they're adults if they want to also relinquish. So if the parent relinquishes, the minors stay enrolled. It's a way that the tribe has put into the code to protect the citizenship of those minor children that maybe a parent in the past would have tried to disenroll them for whatever reasons they had, but we wanted the children, once they're adults, to be able to decide that.
Anyone else?
All right, I will try to have these on for June 17th. Is that the next meeting? So we can get them to a vote and get them codified. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sean, was your item open or closed? Huh? Closed? Let's go, Sean has something he'd like to address the board with, and we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we'll go closed for a few minutes. Let Sean address the board, and then we'll go back to open for 2 p.m. Conservation Committee request. 1:46 p.m. We're going back to the agenda. Next on the item is the Conservation Committee 7 licenses.
Want me to start?
Sure.
Good afternoon, Board. Clarence Hudak, Conservation Committee Chairman. So some time ago, probably close to 2 years ago, there was a number of board members who had asked to look into opening up licenses for the members for commercial fishing. At the time, it was kind of split. Some felt that they should be over the counter like the other tribes do, and some felt that it shouldn't be open at all because of the amount of effort that may be put on the lakes. So we met a couple times with the board, met a couple times with the committee, and then the board gave us direction to look at least the 7 licenses that were at the time called limbo licenses. We've come up with a different name now. They're lapsed licenses. These are licenses that whether the tribal member, the captain, had passed away, did not leave any direction in written form with the law enforcement on who the license should go to, or they did not pay their annual licensing fees, that they reverted back to the tribe. So there are, as we know, 7 licenses that are being held by law enforcement, 5 of which are small boat licenses and 2 of which are large boat licenses. So we met a number of times on this to try to figure out a way to find a way to issue these licenses or to open up these 7 licenses. I should step back and say that there was a poll taken with the board of directors on whether or not to open them up all again. I mean, this was a couple of months into this, and then or just to focus on the lapsed licenses, and it came out I think 6 or 7 to maybe 8 to look at the lapsed licenses only. So that's what we focused on. We did not focus across the board. And in front of you, I think most of you might have what Ryan put together here for potential code language for these licenses. As I said, we went round and round with it. There were a lot of different ideas on how to open them. I think it came down to the majority of the committee felt that a lottery is probably the fairest way to do it. Instead of first come, first serve, you're likely going to always have somebody that's, well, you're going to have somebody complain regardless. But if you're doing it and it's a first come, first serve, there are going to be people questioning about, why did I didn't get a notice in time, those sorts of things. So we came up with the possibility of a lottery, and there were also discussions on whether or not what kind of experience these potential captains, lottery winners would have to have. There was talks about, having somebody that's never fished before and just they see that there's a chance to win a lottery for a license and they're putting their names in there just to get it. That's human nature, understandable. But the committee wanted to make sure that if somebody was to get one of these licenses, they at least had some experience on the water with netting, whether it be commercial or subsistence, but an ability to know what it's like to be out there with nets. Did not want anybody getting hurt or leaving nets in the water. So there was a couple requirements to be in the lottery. I think there was mainly the one was they had to show experience in order to apply. There was also talks about what would the cost of these licenses be. I don't know of anybody that holds a commercial fishing license that, unless it was handed down to them from their father, who didn't have to invest in that license somehow. We all know that you cannot buy a license, but you transfer it from one person to the other. The equipment goes with the license, the boat, the nets, whatever the deal that those 2 individuals make, but there's always money involved. There's always some kind of money involved, and that's between them. So there was talks on how how to address that. I mean, if there's all the fishers that are out there right now that hold a license, the majority have invested money into those licenses. Is it fair, or how does it work to have somebody come in and not have to pay anything for a license just to get their name drawn out of a hat? So the committee went round and round on it, and the language that's there now, obviously this is being workshopped. This isn't a language that we're asking you to consider to go into a code as it stands. But as it is now, there is no cost. So, I mean, it ranged from a couple $1,000s to $30,000 for a small boat license. So we could not come up, the committee, I should say, could not come up with a set number, and so that's where it stands. It would not cost anything. I don't know if I'm missing anything other than, the big one, probably the most questions that'll be asked about, is these licenses, because of the state of the fishery in Lake Huron and Lake Michigan, and I think Jack may be on Zoom. So Jack can speak to this more. He's the biologist. He knows the numbers. There's a concern about putting a bunch of extra effort, new licenses in northern Lake Michigan and Huron. What that could do to both the price of fish, but more so the possibility of shutting the fishery down because of going over harvest limits. That would not be good for anybody, including the other tribes. So during discussions, there was language put in place that these licenses may be restricted to certain areas. Came up with Lake Superior for one, because there's a lot less pressure up there. The fishery's in a lot better state. There's much more of a whitefish population. So there is language in here to have natural resources, the committee, law enforcement, the board decide that, this is where this license, if you get this license, you have to fish it here. Now, I know there will be questions on that, and some people say that's not fair, but that's what we came up with. And I guess I'll turn it over to the legal mind now. He can explain anything else, or Jack can jump in, but I know there's going to be questions on this. I know it's far from perfect. I mean, we worked on it pretty much every meeting for a couple years. And so this is what we come up with, and open for suggestions, changes. And take it away, Ryan. Excuse me. I've talked too much. I got a problem.
Mike's got something before you go, Ryan.
Yep. No, Clarence summed it up pretty well. So what the goal we were trying to accomplish was find a way to address these 7 licenses that the tribe has back in our possession because they've lapsed for various reasons. So we have 7 licenses that are, for lack of a better word, sitting here with our tribe, and we're finding a way to maybe issue some or all of them in a way that also keeps in mind the conservation of the resource, especially in the lower lakes, as Clarence pointed out. So we have in 16D, Clarence was talking about, we have restrictions on license. We have the ability to restrict these 7 licenses in a way that we don't currently restrict our other licenses, but that they could be restricted by gear or vessel type, or, like Clarence said, area, based on feedback from natural resources and law enforcement. You might say you can only fish in this management zone for this year, and then annually we review the restrictions to see if they're still appropriate on them. So that's probably the biggest piece. And of course, we haven't opened up any licenses in a long time. So lottery did seem the most fair, but the committee wants to get feedback on the board on several things. One, I think we should ask the board today before we leave, does the majority of the board still want us to try to find a way to open up these or any licenses? I think that's something we haven't asked you in a long time. Previous board makeup said yes, but we haven't really polled the board and see if that's still a priority for our tribe right now. 2, if so, is it to continue to focus on these 7 licenses? Do you like any of this language? Do you have any comments on this language? Or should it be broader in scope? And then 3, we would welcome any feedback any of the board has on, like Clarence said, cost to these licenses. We float around the idea of having an application fee associated with getting into the lottery I don't know what that monetary amount would be, but having an application fee, which would go towards your license fee should you get drawn in the lottery for that license. But yeah, that there, as Clarence said, there were big numbers being floated around on a fisher who wants one of these 7 licenses maybe has to pay the tribe $10,000 to get it. Under this current language, if it passed like it is today, they would just have to pay our normal license fees, $50 for a small boat, $100 for a large boat. But that's a discussion that we had at the Conservation Committee level, and we are hoping to get at least some idea where where some of the board members' heads are at in terms of the costs. So those 3 things is we're hoping to get some kind of direction today going forward.
Mike to Atlanta.
First of all, thanks for putting in the work for this. We've been asking for it for a while, so I knew you guys were going to struggle with it. That being said, I like the no-cost thing. I like that there was a struggle, and I get where the fishermen were coming from because many of them did have to. But if this option would have been available, then they would have took it. And I'm glad it's here. I don't know about the restrictions. I don't think should say may. I think they should be restricted. They should be restricted licenses to where we can support the effort, the new effort. And it's a good way for us to open up the license without having to worry so much about the new additional effort on the lakes. So I think it should just be automatically, it should just be restricted right from the get. And then, like you said, it's going to be renewed. I don't think annual is going to work. I think there's 3-year cycles. So I think they should coincide with those 3-year harvest limits that we've agreed to, well, that we haven't agreed to, but that's being pushed on us. But I think that they should coincide with that, and that could possibly lead to lifting those restrictions or going to different zones, or once we have other people get out of zones too. So, but these are new licenses. This is new effort. I think we should be cautious on our approach. So I think I like the restrictions. I like the no cost. I understand the part about having minimum experience, but I do kind of question that one. I get where the committee's coming from. They don't want to just throw anybody out there on the water. They want to be safe, but at the same token, that limits who's even going to be able to apply for these things. So I do have concerns there. There's not a whole lot of professions and opportunities that, hey, yeah, I mean, there are, but this is brand new stuff. So I have a little bit of concerns with that portion of limiting it to only people who've had 1 year of fishing experience. So other than that, good work. I like this. Yield.
Atlanta.
Well, I've been around a long time, for 20 years, and we've talked about this for 20 years. So, like Mike said, I appreciate you guys putting everything aside with all the different, input that you probably had to deal with legally and at the conservation level to bring us something, to talk about. In the last I knew, and I notice quite a lot, and it's not on you guys, that things that we did do in the past are just either gone away or somebody said we don't do it. Last I knew, when we had this conversation, and Clarence will remember it, when a license would come in and it was available, not the ones that are sitting on them, and that's just not the ones sitting on them, if the 7 licenses, I was kind of taken aback that we had 7 licenses just sitting there. I didn't know that as a seated board member, because my recollection was, the last word from the board was, they could call the legal department and go through whatever process we had. That I didn't know we were just sitting on them. So that was news to me. So picking up with those 7, that's where I'm interested in going. The 7 that we have, like you guys have. If you're a tribal member, I agree with the experience. If you're a tribal member and you want to fish, you can apply for that license. We're not going to say, you got to have, you've had to fish before. So that if they're a tribal member and 18, they can do it. And then definitely the restriction on new effort that's coming from, you guys are putting it all in place that, these things are what's needed to move forward with these licenses. So I agree with that too. And then, and you said that these changes here, I can't read them because they're too small, Ryan. I can't read it.
My apologies.
Yeah, even with my glasses, I can do my phone though and put it up, but that's just my age. I can. Now the committee agrees with what you guys have here too, as well, right?
Yeah, we motioned to bring this to you.
Okay, this one here, yeah. And I'm going to defer to the committee because I know that, like I said, in 20 years, you know, we've really never had anything pen to paper to come in and say, okay, we're in agreement. This is what we can do to move forward and it being nice, neat like this. So I do definitely agree with the restrictions and where the effort should be, though. And that can show us managing the resource like we're supposed to. So that's it.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
So, just on with the experience part of it, that if you're a tribal member, you should be, okay, I just want to, so it's, Mike, okay. I just want to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
Bridget, then Aaron.
Well, I really don't agree with doing anything because of the effort and because of others paying for their licenses. So, but I will say I want an opinion if the majority agrees to go forward on it. I listened to a lot of that back and forth and a lot of meetings, and I know that there was a lot of differences of opinion. And it, of course, the fishermen that have paid for their licenses, they want to know if we're paying them back or what's going to happen with them. So it's not going to be easy, whatever way we go. If we are going to look at doing this, I would maybe support doing a trial with one license right now. And I agree with restricting to the area, like if it's Lake Superior, somewhere that, you know, can open it up to them. I think where it comes to experience, unless maybe we can say that they would mentor with somebody for some sort of time, because I think that they do need some sort of training in it, but I don't want them to, you know, just be those certain people that have been helpers forever that can only get a license either. I mean, I understand why they might want one, but also I don't want to limit it per se. But I think that there should be some money put into it, whether it's $10,000 payable to the Fisherman's Fund, because we all know they need, you know, safety gear, safety equipment. Then somebody's really buying into it. They're not just putting it to put their name in it and maybe you'll sit on it. This way, maybe they actually want to get out there and do it. I don't think I like, unless they paid, I don't think I like the idea of them transferring a license, whether it be to an heir or selling it 5 years. I see it says in here or something. Because I thought at one point, one of the meetings, there was talk about it, this license, or whether it's 7 or 1 or whatever we decide, that they will resort to the tribe. Maybe this person tries it for a while, but it comes back to the tribe. I don't want to see any more licenses, I don't think, going out to, you know, individuals, I guess. But I would like to look at, like I said, just maybe starting off with one if we're going to go there. If we don't have majority, I'd be fine with not doing anything. I know it's difficult, but we're in difficult times too. So we have no whitefish.
Yeah, Bridget, you make a good point there with the, about transferring it once you quote unquote win it in the lottery. That was a discussion that was brought up a few times, more than a few times, about, you know, being cautious about somebody getting a license and then transferring it for money afterwards when they never paid anything and no skin in the game to get into the lottery. So that's a good point. I forgot to mention that when I was speaking, but so.
Yeah, and we had, along those lines, we had workshop with the committee, a couple of scenarios. One was it's non-transferable at all except to an heir, or it's not transferable at all even to an heir. And then through multiple discussions, we landed on the 5-year prohibition of transferability. But I think I don't know if it was like, I wouldn't say it was overwhelmingly that they agree with that. It was just kind of the middle ground from all the discussions.
Trying to find a way where somebody wasn't trying to take advantage of it and making money off of the lottery.
But I
Well,
do, yeah, I do
because
think some,
honestly, I know you guys were trying to define an active fisher too, okay, which
Yeah.
I think is an issue. Because if we do give this license for 5 years and somebody may try it, don't like it, they, now 5 years later, they're gonna sell it to make some money off it and they weren't really invested in it. So I think that, like I said, I know you guys are working on the active fisher number too, because they could go twice a season or twice, during the year, and then they're gonna, maybe get a $15,000 payout in year 6.
Along those same lines, when you're mentioning that about monetary, benefit from the license, it was also brought up that, there were certain times during COVID where fishermen received checks that just sat on the license and never used the license, but they still got the same amount of money as a guy that was out there busting his knuckles. So that's another reason, or another thing that we discussed. I mean, there's a lot of factors involved in all this. So, and I'm not trying to pass it off as we didn't know what to do. We came up with this language, and we're more than open to suggestions on tweaking it and doing what we need to do if need be to get it in front of you if it's something you want. So, thank you.
and, oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait. I'll save it.
Okay, Aaron's next, and then back to Ryan.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so my opinion is that this is a political issue that comes up every so often, and less informed either candidates or board members who don't understand managing the resource and staying under the total allowable catch get sucked in. Our job is to manage the resource and not overfish. Putting more fishers on the water puts at risk going over the total allowable catch, and there are penalties if you do that. We went through that one time, and we had to freeze and shut down the waters for a period of time, and it was horrible. So someone might be able to argue that the people that are already have cards and they're already in the process have an advantage. But on the other hand, if it's part of their family tradition and they've been involved in it for longer periods of time, then that is their way of life. And so, the unused licenses is not a problem because we decrease the likelihood that we will go over the total allowable catch when we only have a certain level of activity on the water. So, one policy choice is always to do nothing. I think what's motivating this again is some people who think they would like to be fishers and don't understand the full scope and the work that's involved in it. Who want to get into an enterprise and an opportunity. Somebody just mentioned earlier about getting the license and then selling the license, or trying to turn it around. It shouldn't be about that. And there is currently the availability for somebody to get an operation by, the way we do it tongue in cheek is you buy the equipment and then you get a license transfer. I think that system has worked well for us over the years, and doing something different is just going to put more fishers on the water. It's going to increase the likelihood we go over the total allowable catch. That's not good conservation, and that's not good management of the resource. And we open up ourselves to having the state petition through the courts to take over the management of the resources if we go over. So as much as some people might be, and I don't think it's a lot of people, but as much as some people politically think this is a big issue, I don't think it is. People are not clamoring to become fishermen. The work is hard. You have to have hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity to have a fishing operation. So I think the policy choice is to do nothing. I do appreciate the committee doing the work and bringing it forward to us, but I think that the best policy choice is to do nothing.
Lana.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
I have something to say. Maybe you'll think about it as I'm talking, if I can. I want to go back to something Bridget said, and it's not explicit in here in the code language, but in 16B5, it says licenses may be made available incrementally based on input from law enforcement, natural resources, the legal department, in collaboration with the conservation committee. That's exactly what Bridget flagged. Is I think the number was 2 or 3, what we talked about at the committee level, but the idea would be just to open up a small amount at first. Maybe it's 1, maybe it's 2, maybe it's 1 small, 1 large, maybe it's 2 small, maybe it's just 1 small, whatever the number we think is appropriate. And then every year these entities would make a recommendation to the board. Well, I think we can do 2 more licenses this year, or I think we should do 0 licenses this year. So the idea is to not open all 7 up for lottery at once. It would just be 1 to 3. 3 was the max number that we talked about at the committee level. So Bridget, your head is at the same space that the committee and my head was at, but very slowly start to open up more effort. In part from what Director Payman just said, right? We don't want to put unnecessary strain, but I think there is room, and Jack can correct me if I'm wrong. There's some room in Lake Superior where we can get someone who's interested, who maybe can't afford to go pay for whatever tens of thousands a current fisher who has equipment wants to transfer his license, but they still want to try to get out in the water and maybe make a living, maybe make a part-time living. Whatever the case may be, there is room for some effort in Lake Superior, which is why we flagged that as one of the restricted areas up there if we did go down this route. And one more thing, and then I'll turn it back over to Lana if she remembered her thought. I want to make sure that we are all on the same page. In the 2023 Great Lakes Fishing Decree, there are no explicit penalties for going above, your hergs or going over the harvest limits. We don't have like explicit penalties laying out in the decree. Of course, catastrophic worst case scenario, we have to close an area again. That's always something that can happen. But the way the new decree reads, especially with our whitefish hergs, these guidelines, if we go over them, which we are very unlikely based on the numbers Jack has shown this board and the committee, there's no express penalties. And I don't believe we're legally at risk of being anywhere near a point right now, or even in the next foreseeable future, of being at a point where the state could meet their very high burden that they would need under the law standard to try to come in and regulate without that decree and just a subsume regulation of the fishing decree. So I know it's always something that can happen, right? We know it can happen, but I think this approach does not jeopardize our legal standing or create a possibility where the state's going to swoop in and say, well, now we can regulate the fishery entirely because you're destroying the resource. We workshopped this a lot, and natural resources was heavily involved, and I do not feel like this approach is going to jeopardize immediately that resource, nor put us in a precarious legal predicament now or even a couple years from now. So that's just my legal opinion, but I wanted to put that out there. So.
Lana, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I do. I remembered a couple things. Yeah, I appreciate you saying that so that, I don't think that everybody sitting at the table that said, let's look at a way to do it, was being political or misguided in any way. I wasn't misguided. We haven't got this far in a normal sit-down discussion to get somewhere with any inactive license in 20 years. We fight over it all the time. So I did want to give, not taking anything away from you, Ryan, but I did want to give you credit for that, Clarence. It's not easy, and you did it, and you got there, and that's leadership when it comes to, if you can get those fishermen to come to agreement to bring something to us and say, okay, bring it to them, that means something. So as long as we protect the resource, there's no, we can sustain the small effort in places we pick. The committee is agreeing with something to do something in a policy, in a code, and it is their tribal right to fish if they want. If members want to fish, it is their tribal right. And I talked to my fishermen too, and they said the same thing. If people want to fish, good luck, because it's hard work. We all know that. So it's not like they're going to be screaming at our door. So I do like your the recommendation that maybe we just start out with one or two. It's about the treaty right for people to do it instead of us sitting hoarding it. And it not any political from me, because I don't have anybody screaming at me that they want a license. It is their right, though. It is people's right to do that. So if they want to. So I'm glad that you corrected a few things and stated that, and you guys sat down with, this is how we can move forward in a good way. So I appreciate that.
Aaron.
So I just want to clarify something. Our treaty rights are not individual rights. They're tribal rights. And it's up to the tribe to manage how those resources are doled out. So an individual does not have a right to fish. They have a right to fish consistent with the tribe's design and use of the right. And Ryan can clarify if that's not correct, but an individual does not have an individual right to fish.
Any other comments on this? I just want to say, Clarence, I want to thank you. I was one of the board members that came forward requesting this a couple of years ago for a couple of reasons. One, our fishermen were complaining of not having enough youth fishermen and not enough opportunities to fish themselves. One of the solutions to that is reopening licenses. We know that it's not cheap. We know that a lot of people are going to fail. But if it's a treaty right of tribal people, everybody should have equal access. I like the idea of a lottery. It works. Whatever works for you guys, whatever agreement you came to, at least we're moving forward as a tribe. Because I don't believe that any one group of people, I know that a lot of them have had difficult times in getting sustained. And Larry's one of them, right? But what is to prevent anybody else from getting into that, especially with the amount of money that the tribe spends to protect these treaty rights for the tribe? It shouldn't be a select group of people. So I like the fact that you're talking about opening up some of the licenses and at least giving, so what if we have 0 applications? Oh well. The thing is, we've provided an opportunity for everybody to equally participate. And some of those people may fail, and those licenses may open back up for a future fisher. And eventually somebody's going to be successful, just like a small business investor, right? So I appreciate the work that you guys have done, because it is what we asked you to do. There was many of us at the table that asked you to do this a few years ago because of some of the arguments that the Conservation Committee was having, and because of some of the arguments that we were hearing coming into the boardroom to transfer licenses, and like the exorbitant fees that people are charging for a license just to sit on them for a couple $100 a year. So I appreciate the work. I'm still supportive of it. I like that you came to a solution, and it's not a board-driven solution. It's something that you guys could all agree with, right?
Is there anybody? Can we get a couple of, some direction on a couple of these issues, though, just so we have a little bit more understanding of where the majority of the board stands on it, on these couple of things? One of them, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, if we could do a quick poll on
The amount to open up?
yeah, the amount to open up.
A couple, and also whether or not there should be a fee for the license gathered through or garnered through the application process. So that's a couple things that.
So what are your suggested numbers?
For
one or two licenses to open up.
yeah, for the number of licenses, I think I would split between 1 and the 3 that the committee talked about, and say two small boat licenses is the number I would recommend.
2?
2.
What's the other option? 1
I mean,
or
One
0?
or two.
anywhere from 0 to 3. Those were the numbers the committee talked about. So I would say, if you can do a poll for 2 small boat licenses, and if that fails, maybe do a poll for 1 small boat license, and then we'll see where that falls.
All right. Poll for. Oh, Larry's got some input.
I think in the Conservation Committee, we agreed on 2 licenses to start out. I agree there should be an application fee. If not, who knows how many applicants we're going to get. We're for this. We fought for 2 years to get this to go to where it is now. Everyone's asking for opportunity. Tyler, you're right. Everyone has an equal shot at it. I think it's a good step moving forward. We leaned on Jack pretty hard, our lead biologist, and specifically asked him if the effort of 2 licenses would affect Lake Superior. The answer was no. But it will affect Huron and Michigan. So that's great that there's restrictions on these licenses. I think we move it forward. We give a couple people a chance in Lake Superior and see what happens, and maybe we can move on from there.
Go ahead, Bridget.
Off the top of anyone's head, do they know how many small boats are in Lake Superior right now?
I don't know if there's many at all,
I don't,
maybe. Only,
go ahead. I don't think there's a lot. Jack might know the exact number too.
Jack might know it. I know Bob Marchand likely does. I can't imagine there being any more than a couple. I know Dave Frazier's up there, but that's a large boat.
Is he the only
Larry
large
may know.
boat?
He's in the know. No. It's not that many. It's not a lot. No.
What about large?
Well, you've got Dave Frazier. I don't know of anybody else. Might be the only one. You know, there are licenses that have fished up there historically, but they're getting out of it. Donnie Moore, I know he fishes, but I don't know how much he is right now because of his situation in life with his wife and himself. I know, I think it probably would be, is Jack on?
He is.
Would Jack know?
Jack, do you have an idea of how many boats are active in
Small
Lake
boat
Superior?
fishers.
Small boats?
Sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head. What folks are talking about sounds familiar. You know, Dave Frazier. I'm not sure how many other folks are up there.
Also, is there a place for them to moor?
Whitefish.
There's fewer places to moor in Superior. I know that much. Maybe Clarence could speak to that, or
Well, you got Whitefish Point. You got Grand Marais is ours. I don't know if we have anybody moored there right now. Do we, Larry? Grand Marais, that's ours. We own that. Out west, there's not a lot of places. That doesn't mean there won't eventually be some place out there. I know Bay Mills fishers have been fishing out of Autrain. I don't know where they're laying up, so I'm not. There certainly aren't as many as in the other 2 lakes, but there's a good-sized population of whitefish still up there, and so that's why we decided that Lake Superior would be the best lake to open up a license or 2 too. So.
All right, pull on 2.
Small boats.
2 small boats.
Okay. Sean.
2 small boats. Lake Superior restriction.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry,
Lana.
let me confirm again. 2 small boats. Lake Superior restriction.
Okay. Lana. Isaac.
Yes.
Kim Hampton.
Yes.
Aaron.
No.
Go.
Yes.
Okay. Larry.
Yes.
Bridget.
No.
Tyler.
Yes.
And I don't see Kim Lee or Rob on, right? Okay.
No, they're not on.
That's 7 yeses, 2 nos.
So there's the direction for the 2.
And then I know I'm sorry. I know it's probably going to be a herding cats to try to figure out an actual price or a number as far as what it would cost to get into the lottery, like Larry said about, so that they have some financial investment into it. But does the board feel that it'd be okay to say you need to put a certain amount towards this license application or towards this license that would go, as Bridget said, into the Fisherman's Fund? Or should it just be kept free?
Any thoughts on administrative fees to enter the lottery for the application. Lana?
Right now, they have, it's just 100, when they get the license, after they get the license transfer, and then they get it in their name, it's $100.
It's $100 for a captain's card yearly,
Yep,
annually.
so we never ever changed, that hasn't
No,
been changed at
no.
all. Nope, so $100. I think at the very least, I think there has to be something, even the $100, you know, for application fees, so some seriousness. That, I mean, even $100, a lot of people are gonna throw it in the hat, but, so, I'm just gonna be quiet for a minute. I don't know.
And as Larry said earlier, one of the thoughts that the committee had while we were going through this is to try to hold down just everybody throwing their name in there, even though they might not even want a captain's card or maybe have no intention of fishing. It's human nature. You see a lottery, oh, I can win a license. So, I mean, I don't think I'm asking for any like set price today, just is the board willing to consider a price to get into this lottery, I guess, which would equate to basically paying for the license.
Bridget?
Well, I'd say even if there's not an application fee, that knowing that if your name is pulled, then maybe you have to pay $1,000 or whatever. Something so that it's serious. So if your name gets pulled, you're on the hook for amount of money. If it's not the 100 to get in, because that might, you know, people still might put it in if it's $100 or $500. But knowing that you're gonna have to come up with maybe a bigger sum, that you're serious about it, because that's even cheap. But I still don't want these people to own the license either. I don't know if you guys are gonna poll on that, but.
Well, even the licenses out there now, they're not really owned by the fishers, so.
But they are.
Well, they are, but they're the tribes. I mean, the tribe, if it wanted to, as Aaron said, really want to get political, pull the licenses, you'll see a shitstorm. So, anyway, but yeah, thanks. And Bridget, I do want to give you credit for, you do attend pretty much all the Conservation Committee meetings on Zoom, so appreciate you being there.
So this will be on direction on whether or not they should come up with an administrative fee to enter the lottery. Yes for yes administration fee, which they will come back to us with the suggested price. No for no fee to enter the lottery.
Okay. Aaron,
Wait, say it again. How much is the fee gonna be?
We don't have.
They're going to determine, they just want direction of whether or not we're looking at having an administrative fee added to join the lottery. Yes is to yes, have them look into the administrative fee. No is to have it free.
I say yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Sean, Larry,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kim Hampton,
Yes.
Michael. Oops. Isaac.
Yes.
Lana.
All right, there's your direction on that.
Yeah.
And then non-transferable or non-ownership, do we want to talk about that for these two? No?
I think if we have time, I think we should.
We have 30
in a
minutes.
couple of ways,
We're good.
So, yeah. Right now,
Let's talk about that. What is your suggestion?
so right now, the suggestion from the committee is they are not transferable for 5 years, and then they can be transferred just like any other current license holder to heirs or to sell their business to someone else. So that's what the committee's recommendation is currently.
Any discussion? Bridget?
And I know that we said these licenses all belong to the tribe, but technically I think that we should make these revert back to the tribe.
They do. Sorry.
It's not that easy though for the ones that have them, but what I'm saying is these people are paying nothing for the license. There's going to be administrative fee that could be real minimal. And like I said, they can sit on the license for 5 years just doing minimal, and then they could get a payout in 5 years for $15,000, $20,000. So I think these ones, maybe we look at a longer period of time, or that when their person's done, it goes back and we draw somebody else's name so we can keep it moving. So we aren't in this situation of handing them down to family after family. So I think we know how that works. We can say it reverts to the tribe, but they pretty much stay in families until they're sold.
Mike?
I like the 5-year clause as well, and maybe that gives us enough time to address the active fisher versus not active fishers portion. Because I think if we address that within the next 5 years, that solves all the other issues anyways, because at the end of the day, these licenses were never meant to be bartered and sold the way they've gone. I get it. That's what it's been doing, but at the end of the day, I think active fishing is active fishing, and we need to do a better job of capturing that. So these are the right steps moving forward. We're taking baby steps, but we're doing them. So we release these two, and within that next 5 years, I hope that we address the active fishing, and then we can, have a comprehensive fishing thing. So, and maybe target areas and all that good stuff that we've talked about in the past, and licenses specific spots. So I think it's a good route to go. So this is a good start to get there. Thanks.
Isaac?
So my concern would be is if you have an active family and you have one person that has the license and then retires, but what do you do with the rest of the family? Take their license away?
I don't think we've ever discussed taking licenses away.
We just
Are
did.
you talking
We
about
we just did, right?
These licenses?
Yeah. If it reverts back to the tribe after that one person decides to retire, what happens to the family members in that family business? So they got to go find something else to do now?
I think
Right, in
5 years.
in that scenario, in this current scenario, if we had some kind of mechanism where in 5 years, or when they retire, however many years that is, that they can't transfer it at all, so then it goes back to the tribe, correct, their family members would have to put in for the lottery to get a license, because we would remove the ability of these licenses to be transferred. Unlike the current licenses that are active, right, they can be transferred under our code. Yes. But you could, with the active fisher, we're talking about active fisher definitions, right? One thing that could be in the future looped into that when we get there with our definition is all of the licenses that the tribe owns. I know that's how it works out in reality, right? But all of our licenses that we issue, if you don't meet whatever threshold the tribe puts on that license, whether it's these ones or whether it's all of them for active fishing, the tribe could create a mechanism where those all revert back over the years to the tribe as well.
I would just like to say that I will no longer be the Conservation Committee Chairman if that is considered.
So I actually am with Mike. I like that idea. I don't like him automatically reverting back to the tribe without a definition of the active, inactive, and I feel like that's something that can be solved in the next 5 years, hopefully, if we can all just play nice together. But it sounds like it's a good direction. Plus, we don't want to, like Isaac said, we don't want to interrupt a family business. The idea is to create new potential businesses of people utilizing their treaty rights and having a better process to where these do come back to the tribe. We don't want to pull away from an active family. If the father retires or the grandfather retires and they have an active family under them, I don't think it's anybody's intention to pull that business back from them. I think the intention is we have this many licenses. How many licenses do we really need in process or active? And we got to get a better handle on that. But I think this is a really good step forward. Larry has something to add.
Being on the Conservation Committee, we go back and forth as what is the definition of an active fisherman. We have been working on that.
Yeah.
So if the tribe kicks that back to the Conservation Committee, and I know it's 5 years, it seems like a long time, but it really isn't. But you're right, we got to get some guidelines in place. That's all I got.
I'd also like to say that My personal feeling is, I think that the 5-year threshold is a good idea. I mean, if you got somebody out there that is interested in actually being an active fisherman, they fish for 5 years, I say it's their license. I mean, I don't think the tribe should, this is my personal feeling, I don't think the tribe should be stepping in and taking that license back. As Isaac said, if they've got a son that they've had out there with them for 5 years fishing with them, and they say, listen, I can't, my back can't take it anymore, or I get sick, like we've had recently, a father that had to transfer his license because of an illness, I feel it should be their right to just transfer that license to their son or their heir. And after 5 years, put them in the same boat that every other fisherman's in right now. If they can find somebody that wants to take it up and do it, let them do that. That's my personal feelings. And I think most of the committee felt that same way, because that's why this language is here. You know, people think it's so romantic to be out there fishing and making your living off the water. Well, I can tell you that might be the fact on a calm day, because I was a helper for 3 years. I'm not going to pat myself on the shoulder, but I never missed a single day the captain wanted to go out. He said, we're going, we went. I didn't want to go, but I went, because that was my responsibility. But as Larry can say, it might sound romantic to be out there making your living off that water, but the first blow where you're in the middle of 3 to 6 foot waves, it ain't so romantic anymore. So, you know, this is a hard living. It's an admirable living. It's a dirty job, but it's a clean living. And I think that the 5 years is a good way to go as far as letting them have that license after 5 years. So, thank you.
Any other discussion? We're gonna start calling Larry Romeo now.
There you go.
Romeo of the whitefish. So do we even need to pull on that? It seems like the direction's pretty unanimous. Is anybody opposed to the direction that the Conservation Committee
So
proposed?
5 years would be okay?
5 years? And then to discuss the active versus non-active at a later date?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't see anybody opposed to that, so it seems like, Bridget's opposed. Anybody else?
So
So
as
it's-
far as the fee goes, we could,
Yes.
After the 5 years, it's still going to be restricted, so it isn't like they're going to be able to move from Lake Michigan to Lake Huron back to Superior. They're still stuck in Superior because that lake can sustain the fishery, correct?
I never said anything about taking the restriction.
No, I'm just saying, making sure that after the
Yeah.
5 years is up, it still
They could
maintains
transfer it.
Superior.
They could, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, or if the other lakes rebound,
Yeah.
they could go there.
Sure.
I mean, so,
So we'll still build in, right now it's annually. I think I agree with Mike. I think having it every 3 years to review those restrictions with the cycles of the hergs and, the whitefish, HRGs and the lake trout harvest limits are every 3 years under the decree. So if we're still stuck with that decree, it makes sense to do every 3 years to review it. But if the restrictions still are necessary, yeah, even after those 5 years, that license is still restricted to that vessel or to that area. Whatever restrictions are on that license remain on that license up until the tribe feels that it's no longer necessary. Yeah.
Bridget?
Well, it was just gonna be that it was gonna be reviewed because someday it may
Right.
bounce back, hopefully.
Yes.
So, that's all. It may end up not being Lake Superior at some point.
Correct. It could be any number of restrictions. We wanted to build the flexibility. We're identifying Lake Superior now because that's where we feel that there's room for opportunity. But in the future, it could be Lake Michigan, or it could be some other type of restriction, or it could be a lifting of restrictions. It just depends on how the fishery is growing, what the health of the fishery looks like at that given point in time.
so one more thing on the number of, the price for the administrative fee or the lottery or whatever term we decide to use. How about if we bring back a few options for the board and let them decide on that instead of coming back with a hard number and then having to debate it all over again? So we'll come up with some numbers, and then of course, it's always your prerogative to change that during that time anyway, so.
Yeah, go ahead, Bridget.
Just be prepared for those people that are gonna come here, that are gonna say they paid for their license and we're giving them. So, which you guys know that's gonna happen.
Right. I mean, at any point in time, when if and when the tribe opens up more effort, and if we have licenses that are more affordable than buying it from someone who currently owns their license, yeah, it's a conversation that we always are having, and we're gonna have to continue to have, because someone maybe paid $30,000 for their operation, and then someone maybe only paid 2,000, or whatever the number we come up with here, right? And it feels inequitable, but also it's hard to push the tribe forward if we let that hold us back from giving the board recommendations. So.
Yeah, I like it. Baby steps. We're making progress, so good job on that. Anything else, Clarence?
No, just thank you very much for working with us on it. I mean, we're trying, so.
Yeah, good job. All right, any other questions or comments for Clarence and Ryan? Okay, with that, we'll take a quick 10-minute break. We'll come back with long-range transportation plan and inventory update. bit ahead of schedule. We're going to move on to long-range transportation plan and inventory update. Wendy?
Probably. Oh,
I got to do that again.
Yep.
All right, I'll do that again because we were muted. It is 2:50. It is now 2:56 p.m. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We're moving on to long-range transportation plan and inventory update. Wendy, you can go ahead and get us started.
Afternoon.
Talk directly into the mic today.
Thank you. Afternoon, Wendy Hoffman, Transportation Planner. I'm here with the, presenting 3 resolutions. We're going to start with the Long-Range Transportation Plan and Inventory Update.
Yep. You got to bring it all the way up.
Just like,
All the way there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is, give me just a second. So we're going to start with department overview. We're going to touch on the Bureau of Indian Affairs Long-Range Transportation Plan, move on to the branding and graphic design, and then the IDIQ contract extension. This first slide gives a general overview of the transportation department. We have basically 3 buckets. We have the BIA TTP program, we have the FTA program, and then the grants and special initiatives. Moving on to the long-range plan. Today we're requesting review and approval of the updated long-range transportation plan and the official inventory update. So what we're presenting today is an addition of 20 routes across 7-county service area, and these will be officially sent to the BIA, and request will be also sent to Albuquerque in New Mexico to get these routes added to the inventory. So these are the routes that will be added for 2025. You'll see the Riverside Trailer Park. There's A, B, and C. Those designate the different routes, the different lanes. There's three roads in the Riverside Trailer. Then we have the Elders Lot in the Sioux, the Casino Lot A, and Casino Lot B. Casino Lot A is across the street from the motor pool office. Casino Lot B is to the south of the casino in the Sioux and west of the ACFS office. Then we have Nagana-Gishik, and then the ACFS parking lot that was just mentioned a minute ago. There's also the facilities garage is in that parking lot. So that will be that parking lot will also be added. Then we have Judicial and the Mid-Gym. Then we move on to Hessel. We have the Hessel Center parking lot, the Hessel Casino lot, St. Ignace Mid-Gym parking lot, Manistee Health Center lot, Christmas Casino lot, and the Christmas EDC lot. Then we move to Marquette, and we have the Marquette Health Center lot, and then over to Escanaba, the Community Center lot, and then back to the Sioux with the Lodge of Hope. We'll be including the Lodge of Hope parking lot, and then the St. Ignace and Fairport docks. So those are the routes that will be presented to the BIA and sent to the BIA.
Bridget, you got to use your mic, Bridget.
When you were going through this, which page were you actually going through?
For the inventory,
Yep.
that would be the first page of the inventory.
Okay.
And I can pull that up here.
Okay, I'll look for it. Thank you.
Yeah, we didn't print any of Wendy's attachments because they were so lengthy. Oh, I didn't even. I have a comment.
So I'm
Miranda?
just pulling it up
What?
on the share screen. If you can see this, this is the first page. Oh,
Lana has a comment.
Wendy, on page 1, and I don't know if it matters or not, but where is it? Oh, the Hessel Community Center and Hessel Casino lot. That's not in Chippewa County. That's all in Mackinac County.
thank you.
Yep.
I'll edit that.
Well, and so you're gonna have to edit, yeah, the community center, the Hessel Casino lot, and I seen a couple others that said Chippewa County, and it's not in Chippewa County. So, just for accuracy.
No, thank you. I
Yeah,
will,
yeah.
I'll change that. Change those. Okay, so the reason why we have to do this, if we want to add new routes to our system, but the primary reason we do this process is we can't spend any funds at any site until we have it officially in the inventory. And these have been requested from facilities and different departments and leadership. So next year, we'll be doing the same process. If there are additional routes or different locations, we can add those. So what we include with the inventory, it's really a comprehensive process. We have to do several different maps. We have to go to the site, do an inspection, do photos. We have to get geometrics, and we actually have to get ADT if that is available. And that's everything on the long-range plan.
Any questions or comments so far?
Just move on to the next one then? Okay.
Yep.
All right, so the next resolution on the agenda for tonight is the request to authorize a contract with Kaufman and Associates for branding and graphic design services. As the RIS outlined, we did do a comprehensive review of all of the proposals that were submitted. And there was a team, internal team, that participated in the review and made the selection. But I did want to, before getting into that, I just wanted to give a really quick general overview of the process and what's happening with the branding and graphic design. So branding and graphic design is allowable under FTA funding and BIA funding. It's a national, regional initiative that has been, it's been around for about 20 years, 15, 20 years. It's really taken hold in the past 10 years. So I believe it was 8 years ago, the National Institute of Art, they commissioned this study, as you can see the presentation here, creative placemaking. This is available online, and I believe I shared it, the links with the packet. For more information, if you'd like to research this more. So a lot of research was done to look at what's happening across the nation with creative placemaking and graphic design and signage, and also what are other tribes doing. So this is on a national level. What some might have seen locally is Bay Mills has a gateway sign when you're going out to their community. You'll see their gateway signage, that's what that's called. Just in the news last week, there was an article talking about cultural placemaking signage down in the Grand Traverse area. So both of those, all of those are under this umbrella of this project. So what we're looking for is, or what we're hoping to move forward with, is a project that will look at our whole region and look at the our gateway signage, our street signage, our streetscape signage, our trail signage, and really get a cohesive, and it's called a family style of art for our area. Now, what this RFP also included, and I believe that was shared with the board, we really focused on cultural competency, inclusion with our community and tribal members. So our internal team includes planning and development, language and culture, traditional medicine, our health division, housing division. So we've got a full team internal that are excited, and they're waiting to get this project moving forward. Now, this does touches on cultural tourism also. So the EDC would be involved in this also. And part of this is we will have the overarching plan, and then the consultants are going to go to each community and get input from each community so they can have unique signage in each community.
Lana. Lana has a question.
Wendy, what's the timeline for the completion of this project?
The RFP had 12 months.
Okay, so a year out, they'll have that.
Yeah.
And when you say signage, because I don't recall us or remember us, I mean, I don't see any new signs that we've done in the recent past that I can think of. Are you talking like, give me an example, the casino signs, the
Yeah, so if you
reservation
go,
signs, the road signs, stuff like that?
yeah, so if you go into the casino and you see,
The brown
it has
ugly
that,
ones?
yeah, they have the trees and the bear and the, you know, they've had that design motif, I guess, that art design. Big Bear, the Big Bear sign. But this is going to be more comprehensive. And what it will do is, after the 12-month period, the next step, the next phase is using that art and getting all the signs made. So all of our street signs for all of our roads, all of our housing roads across the service area are all going to have the same logo and motif and match.
Okay.
And everything will be cohesive.
Yeah, because right now, I think down in Hessel, at Nopamming, I think it's just a green and white sign, like any other
Yeah.
sign, and then an old wooden sign that's been there for a very long time. So you're talking all of that signage for this.
Yep, and
This,
Gateway.
okay.
And we're also going to be including our Anishinaabe language. So language is going to be included in that. And we do have a partnership with MDOT. You know, that was established several years ago, but we will be incorporating our language. And then in trails, all the trails that we have across the service area, we'll be incorporating educational teachings with our plants and
Your mic's not on.
What about, we've been working on it for 100 years. What about the snowmobile sign trails? We still don't have those. The casino has never really, like all the trails down in Hessel that lead right to the casino, if they get off, I made them before, me and my husband, for trails to go. I've said this forever.
yeah.
So is it going to include those kinds of signs to get to our businesses?
Yes, this has got to do with economic development also. Yeah, so, but I'll note that.
Year out,
Yes.
we can expect that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mike?
I just want to make sure we're on the same page, is that I heard two different things. So this is just for the branding and graphics portion of it, not for the actual building of the signs, correct?
Correct.
So there'll be a second portion of once you have the branding and all the designs for everything, then there'll be another RFP, I imagine, to get the actual signage done?
Yes.
Okay. That's why I wanted to make sure that we understood. And that's my concern, is that we're going with the highest bidder on here. Quite a significant difference of the other one. So this is just for the design and the family style, as you were talking about. And I get that we're a big organization. We have a lot of things going on, so there's going to be a lot of different signage. My only concern was the cost, and this one seems to be a high one. So, and I wanted to make sure we're on the same page on the sign. So, thank you.
You're welcome, and I understand that concern.
I got a couple people on the list. I got Sean, Bridget, then Lana. And then Isaac.
Thank you to Lana for getting that explained. And Mike, there's over $81,000 difference in just the design for these signs. And then, as Mike said, it's going to be extra for actually making the signs, and you bring that back to us?
Yes, that's correct.
I just find that hard to believe, that much of a difference in just the design phase. But you vetted this company, Kaufman, and feel they're the best company for this?
Yes, and it was a team. So there was the executive office, language and culture were involved in the review of these companies, and they actually took a couple weeks to review everything, and each one independently gave us their feedback. So I do want to say that this company was far above yes, the quality of the work. I believe that the quality of the work that they can provide us is going to be exceptional. Now, also what they've provided in there, if you had the opportunity to review their proposal, they've done projects like this in the past. Okay, so there will be direction and guidance, but we won't have to, I guess it won't be a learning curve. I do understand that there is that concern of the cost.
Good, Sean? Bridget?
Yeah, along the same lines of questions. So this is BIA transportation funding that we're using for this?
Yes, it's BIA.
Okay. So,
Can you bring the mic closer? It's not working at all.
Oh, nope, it's not working at all.
There's two here.
there we go.
We can hear Bridget very clearly.
I got blue now. Anyhow, like I said, it's along the similar lines of the cost. And I know it says in here the team thought they were the most qualified based on the scoring criteria and evaluation in the RFP. So, and there's something to be said. We're doing signs in our language, and these guys are native. They're the only native contractor, it looks like. But I guess if anybody can explain what's the most qualified, and how was the scoring based, I guess.
Actually, I might be able to move this up here. So I'm just pulling up the RFP, and it has the scoring matrix in it. I believe it's in it's toward the end of the RFP. So when we put this out, we had to let it's a federal requirement that we have to include the matrix and the measurements that will be. Oh, you don't? Okay.
In your email. That was one of the longer. Yeah. It was attached with your board packet unless it was a thing Aaron asked for to be sent over the weekend. That would have come yesterday. Everything else for her was sent with your packet in the email with the board packet.
Okay, I'm on page 13. I'm not, can you see my PowerPoint? Can you see the document that I'm pulling up right now?
No, I think you have end share. You have there now and then put the new one up there.
Oh, gotcha. So this was the evaluation criteria that was included with the RFP. We went by professional qualifications with the industry experience, understanding of the work quality of the proposal, proposal approach and timeline for completing the work, pricing for products and services, past work and references, and experience with MDOT and highway standards.
That should be a 5% off.
Yes, I was just adding, just do the math.
Are you good, Bridget? Okay. Next is, well, it's going to be you, but no. Lana.
So, with what you just described, it sounds like, you know, experience in that you guys scored that. I guess we don't get to see you very often, and this is kind of, you know, I don't understand it. So, what did you have budgeted for the branding and graphics?
150,000.
Okay, so that 150,000, if we went with a lesser one, how much is the signage going to be? Do you guys have any estimate on that after the first year?
No, I don't have that. No.
Okay, where's that going to come out? Whatever, that's going to come out of our funds or transportation?
Transportation.
Okay. Yeah. And then we don't have anything projected for the actual signage after it's all.
What was that?
We don't have anything you don't have anything projected for the actual, that's going to budgeted.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Or projected.
Well, part of this process is going to be doing an inventory. So they will be tasked, or whoever is hired, will be tasked with doing a audit and inventory of all the signage and actually laying out the system and process of what signage we need. And actually, I'm going to jump on something really quick because I think it's going to show a little bit of, it'll show some, a graphic. Yeah.
For that, has any of these companies did other work for us that you compared it to?
No, I don't think so.
Not even Kaufman?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I was not aware of that, anything with any of these companies.
Okay.
Isaac.
So Wendy, you said the criteria was in the RFP. Who filled out that criteria then? Was it the vendor?
No, they don't do that.
So why would it be in the RFP? Normally you fill out that stuff after they submit their bid for the RFP.
Right. So
who filled out the percentages?
the team did, not the proposal. The companies that drafted their proposals.
So can we have copies of what the team filled out?
Yep, I can get that to you. Now the companies, they have the right to see how they will be measured. With federal
were
procurement.
Were they measured prior to the RFP going out or
No.
after the bids were received?
After they're received, we are measuring all of the applicants or all the proposals on the same set of metrics. That's what we're letting them know.
That's what I really would like to see myself.
Yep.
So how we came up with those percentages. And then the percentages, you shared them with the vendors?
No.
So it was based on the committee, right?
Yes. And that's, yep.
Okay.
And that's usually our standard. We don't disclose internal proprietary discussions, I guess. I mean, I believe that that's in purchasing's hands. Purchasing communicates with the proposers and the bidders, and they have a set standard. It's not me or anyone else with the department
Yeah, I
communicating.
just want to see what the committee, how they came about with the percentages for each of the vendors,
Yep.
please.
Bridget,
Just one last question. Did they know that we had a budget of $150,000?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
I know, I thought that was, but no, they did not. I don't believe so, no. I'm just still trying to find that map. I apologize for going through this with my,
anyone else on this part? Okay, continue.
okay. I'll just get rid of that, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so the next resolution is requesting a 3-month extension for the IDIQ contract. That's indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract. We currently have a contract with Coleman Engineering. And the intent is to extend this 3 months, and during that time, get the RFP out to establish a new contract. And we're considering doing 2 separate contracts. There will be one for the RAISE grant projects and one for all other projects.
Yeah.
It is critical that we do have this contract in place. We currently have an executed contract with Federal Highway Administration with the RAISE grant, and we're currently in the process of getting all of our permitting and right-of-way for the base phase of the RAISE project.
Do you have any further detail to provide on this?
No, I don't.
Isaac?
Wendy, on this contract, so this is an extension to the previous contract?
Yes.
How come we went over 3 months? And why wasn't this brought to us sooner?
Because I could not get it to the board sooner. I'm limited with staffing. It's me that, I'm a one-person show, and things are starting to fall between the cracks, unfortunately. So I'm hoping that staffing will be addressed. I mean, I don't want to, that's what it is, and I apologize, but doing my best.
Okay, thank you.
Bridget?
Wendy, do you think the 3 months is going to be enough?
Yeah. Yes.
Because I
Because I
see
work.
on
Yeah.
the first paragraph where it says that it's allowed for a 3-year extension. So is that from the 2022 date, or just for an extension of the contract? We could go up to 3 years
We are at the end of the
of the 3.
end of the 3 years. I believe we can get this done in 3 months. I need to update my IDIQ packet, have legal review it, have Bill review it, get that out to purchasing. I think it's doable.
Okay.
And then it has to be out for 30 days.
Did that answer your question, Bridget? Yes. Anybody else? Anything else from you and Wendy?
Oh, I thought you were asking them. No, I don't have anything
No?
else.
No final points? No closing
No.
thoughts?
No, thank you very much. I know that there are a couple that might have been surprises. But we're working really hard. This has been a team effort with a lot of the things that I present, and especially with the branding and design. That's something that hopefully, if it doesn't move forward tonight, we'll still work on that and get that moving forward at some point. I mean, I'm really passionate about that. I think that's going to, everyone on the team and the staff that were emailed to be part of this project, everyone's really excited about seeing this move forward. So at some point, just wanted to share that, and the IDIQ, things are moving forward really well with the projects and the raise grant. And I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so we can move on to our last item on the agenda today, and that's agenda review. Is there anything that we need to review?
Well, you did the 2 budget ones last week.
Yep.
Joni is here for the deforesting Savard. You haven't reviewed that. Munising Marketplace hasn't been reviewed. The next 2 for Helen, authorization for contracts, haven't. And then Ryan's, I think he let you know that prosecutor contract resolution was going to come back, but he's doing it in a way where he has options instead of naming somebody. So, and then the waiver. He did talk to you about the waiver last week too. Was it last week?
Last week.
So
Pretty
can,
sure. Time's funny right now, Lana, but I think it was
I
last
know.
can you get Dan on the line? So we're gonna take a
Eli is on.
we're gonna take a break until 3:35. We'll go through the agenda review items that we need to go through. We'll make sure that everybody gets online.
Okay. So,
And make sure-
Joni's here. Dan and
It's showing that I attached the picture. let's go over agenda review. It is 3:35 p.m. We have only a handful of items that we need to review prior to the meeting. Let's start with Joni Talentino deforesting the Savard property for housing development. And happy birthday, Joni.
Yeah, happy birthday, Joni.
Happy birthday.
Let's sing for her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joni. Happy birthday to you.
I was in Clarence just singing the whole time.
I
They all
know.
sound terrible.
Okay,
Yeah, you gotta
the
talk
mic is on.
directly into this one for us to hear you.
do I? Okay, I'll try. Let me. Okay, can you hear me? Close?
Yeah.
Okay. So what this resolution will do is there is trees that need to be removed from the Savard property. This is for the Unit 3 ARPA funding. Excuse me. We've worked with the Natural Resources Department and the BIA, and this is the process that we need to follow. A forester will be hired and have the trees removed, and the tribe will receive funds for that.
Any questions on this one? Yeah, Mike.
You said you worked with them. Were they supportive of this?
Yes, the Natural Resources Department is.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Okay, just wanted to
yes.
make sure.
Isaac?
Hey, Joni, the only thing is when they cut the logs out and take them out, they usually leave the tops. Are those going to be cut up and given to the members?
That I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be.
Yeah, typically that's how loggers do it. They leave a lot of stuff, so
So you said they take the logs and
they'll
leave the
take the
tops?
logs and then they usually leave the tops of the trees,
Okay,
which is still quite a bit of wood, so just find out what's going on with the rest.
absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions? No other questions? Let's see, do we have anything else from you? Nope, we're all set with you. Thank you.
Enjoy your birthday.
Happy birthday. Next item that we need to go over, Dan is on his way for the meeting tonight. Helen is online. Munising Marketplace Memorandum of Understanding.
Hello, Helen Wilkins, Director of Real Estate. I'm covering for Dan until he can get there in regards to the Munising Marketplace Memorandum of Understanding Resolution. This is a resolution to, it seeks authorization to enter into a non-binding MOU with Renovair Development and some other listed parties within the MOU, which is attached to the information you received. It is non-binding and intended as a good faith document to formalize the collaboration with this development project. More formal agreements will be presented at a later date as we move forward with this project. The MOU does not imply or require any tribal financial support. There is no cost to the tribe. However, the tribe will receive 10% of the developer fee and hold a 10% interest in this project if we move forward.
Any questions for Helen on this one? Mike?
Could you describe what the project actually is? I understand like with these, we've been getting into several of these lately, but like what is their goal on this Munising Marketplace?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
I'll try again. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was trying to find out what the actual goal of this. I understand we've been entering in a lot of these kind of types of contracts. I get that part, but what is the goal of the Munising Marketplace, I guess, just to give us an idea of what the project is?
Okay, so this is going to be a 32 mixed income residential unit. As you know, we are facing all over the country, we are facing a housing crisis. This will be renovating a building that's already there. So utilizing space that needs to be cleaned up and make a community better in the Munising area. It will be community-centered commercial retail space, including a possible licensed childcare center and a co-op market. So it may cover quite a few things that are in need in the Munising area, and help to house the people in need of housing.
Lana.
So Munising is actually going to fund the marketplace, and who's going to fund it?
So this project is being done by grant funding and different resources. The Renovare Development is doing this project. We will just be a piece of it. They have other other companies that are within this as well, including the Alger County Land Bank.
So by approving this, this doesn't obligate us to any funding?
It does not. What some of the roles and responsibilities of the tribe would be to just raise support for the project, assist in relations with other agencies that we already have, with community action, the housing authority, different things like that, and attend meetings to show the support of this project.
You good?
Yep.
Bridget.
Helen, I know you said 32 units. Are those low income or fair market rentals?
I will have to look at that. Give me 1 minute. 100% set aside for incomes between 40% and 80% AMI. Average AMI will be about 60%.
So is this something that will come back and we're going to look, because we are getting 10% interest in this project besides a developer fee, but is this something that'll come back with requests to the housing authority for vouchers?
That question I cannot answer. I apologize. That one will have to wait for Dan to get there.
Okay. At some point, we need to have a discussion about that, the impact, because when we get into these projects, we're competing with our own tribal housing on some of these grant applications, and then we're giving vouchers to these programs. So I think we need to have that conversation someday in a workshop between housing and Dan.
Any other questions? Feedback? All right, Helen, you have the next two items as well. Authorization to enter into contract with Keisner and authorization to enter into a contract with Timber Ridge.
Okay, thank you. So as this is just a part, these two contracts are just a part of the big project that we're doing over in Sawyer Village in Gwin. We have 42 units in Gwin that needed major renovation. The board has already approved a part of the LATCF funds for this project. We did separate this into 6 different pieces of construction. So Keisner Construction is for the roofing. They were the lowest bidder. And all of that will be done within 45 days so that we can continue work on the houses. And this is 42 units to house our tribal members at $1,316,000 for the total project of just the roofing.
Questions on this one? Helen, the next one says membrane roofing as well.
Okay, so there's a typo.
Okay.
Yes. So originally, as you see, I did Kaysner and then I did the next one and I missed that spot in the resolution. It is for the siding, windows and exterior door replacements. I did send a new resolution with the corrected wording, when we found it. But this project is the second piece. This will do all the siding, all the windows, the exterior doors, including the garage doors, to get the house so that it is able to be worked on in colder weather, as you know, with our climate, that you never know when you need to. So we're trying to get all the outside done, and this is for $887,457, and this will be completely out of the LATCF money.
Great. Isaac's waving his hand.
Hey, Helen, so I'll make a motion to amend. So siding, windows, and exterior door replacement. Is that?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I was working on 6 of them, so
Okay.
the other 4 will be moving forward after this.
Lana?
Okay, so both of these, the timber one and the Keisner, both of these amounts are coming out of the LATCF funds as well?
Both of these amounts are coming out of the LATCF money that was allocated for this project. We received 2.3 million in LATCF funds for this project, which leaves us a balance of $96,543 to move forward on some of the other pieces of the project.
Okay, yep, and you answered 2 questions that I had right there. What's the balance of, I realize you got a balance of 96K for this project. What's the balance of those funds, the LATCF funds?
I am unaware of that right now.
Okay.
Bill Connolly may have that answer.
I think it's about $18,000.
Okay, before these projects, the balance is $4,227,546. After these 2 projects, the balance is $2,024,089.
Yeah, but that other 2 million was reallocated.
I can't hear.
Well, enlighten me, Isaac, because that's what I'm trying to get to.
The last thing that we had, there was 17,000 or 18,000 left over from the LATCF fund. So there was another $2 million that was awarded out.
And yeah, that's,
Can I speak to, do you want me to speak to this part? Okay, so, $2.3 million is just the amount that was allocated to the Sawyer Village project. In the resolution that allotted us a certain amount of money, it was 4.4 million, but that's for some other projects in other areas. So we will still have that money left over for those other projects out of the LATCF money that was obligated to us.
Good, Lana? Any other questions, comments? So the great news about this is Sawyer Village, it's Unit 4, and it's part of our EDC, but we have a lot of tribal members living there. And this will renovate the 2 blocks that have been left to deteriorate for over 20 years. So these houses right now are technically pickled, and this will open all of these units up once they're complete. So I'm pretty excited to see this happen, finally.
Thank you. I think the whole community is excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions for Helen? All right, Helen, you're off the hook. Ryan, we have one thing for you to go over. That's authorizing prosecutor contract.
Hello. Okay. This resolution will authorize us to negotiate a contract with, in the IRS, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 prosecutors that have reached out, that we've reached out to, and they've sent in their resumes to cover for our tribal prosecutor while she is out on leave. We previously authorized resolution 2025-94 for Dennis McShane. He's unable to fulfill that contract, so now we're asking the board to authorize us to contract with one of these named individuals in the RIS. We're asking for all of them because we don't know which one will have the availability to do it. We wanted the authority to contract with any of them at a rate not to exceed the rate in the RIS of $200 an hour.
Any questions for Ryan? Lana?
Yeah, so why isn't, I may have missed it, why isn't the original prosecutor able to fulfill the contract?
Our current prosecutor, she's going out on medical leave. I don't want to tell her medical information.
Okay. Oh, no.
Yeah, she's going out on an approved leave.
Medical's good, yeah, she's approved leave,
Yep.
okay. And then
And she'll be back
McShane,
after that.
He's
I'm sorry, what's that?
Dennis.
Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis was our prosecutor, right? And then we had a resolution authorizing to contract with him. He got another job, and now he doesn't have the time to fill in for those 3 or 4 months as our prosecutor. So we're asking to rescind that resolution that authorized his contract and to ask the board to authorize this new resolution, giving us the ability to contract with one of these temporary prosecutors just for 3 or 4 months, and then our tribal prosecutor, Cassie, will be back from her leave.
3 or 4 months.
Yeah,
Yeah, because,
it's probably only 3 months, but we wanted to err on the side of caution to say 4, but it would be more than 4. So
yeah. And who came up with the names? We direct solicited them, I assume.
I had Josh and I reached out to different contacts that we had through our various alumni associations and Tribal House Council Association. We just put the feelers out to see if anyone locally and or in Michigan was available and interested. Yeah.
And you'll be the one overseeing and supervising these prosecutors, or how is that going to work?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're confident? Court.
Correct, yeah. And a lot of them have many years of prosecutor experience. Not all of them in tribal court, but all of these would be good candidates, and they would be able to fulfill the contract, no problem. Yep.
Anyone else? All right, anything else to review before the meeting tonight? I'm sorry, what?
The waiver?
Oh, the N1
I did go over it last workshop. I can go over it briefly again if you want, but.
Are there any questions to workshop? No, any discussion can just happen in the meeting tonight. You've already previously gone over this.
Okay.
Anything else to go over tonight before the meeting? All right, we're doing board concerns as part of the meeting as well. So with that being said, we will adjourn till 5 p.m. For the meeting. It is 5 o'clock. We are in St. Ignace for our regular meeting. We will call this meeting to order. Start with a roll call, please.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Michael McCurchy. Here. Kimberly Gravel. Sean Borowitz. Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Motion to excuse Austin and Kim Gravel. Second from Mike. Any objections? Motion carries. Austin and Kim Gravel are excused. Next is adopting the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as published and presented?
So moved.
Motion by Bridget, second by Aaron. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda is adopted. First on the agenda, we have prayer and smudging. However, we had an elder scheduled to attend, and they are dealing with some health issues. So we're going to move on out of respect on that one. And we have membership participation. Clarence is bringing up the forms. If anybody in the audience or online would like membership participation, please fill out a form. Pass them off to us.
I have one right now in the audience. It's a closed session. So, okay. There's a complete backstory on this. I already know of all, both Michelle Moore and I, and the other band.
Okay, do we have anybody else? There's one closed request. If nobody else wants to participate, we'll go into the closed session. Okay. just going to let our video guys get back into place, and then we will move on to the resolution or the minutes of the agenda. First, I want to check if there's any other community members that have membership participation forms. Bill does? Okay. Nope.
For you, it's too late.
Yeah. I want to make sure I don't put it in closed.
Oh, I know, because I just let everybody else in.
You gotta hold the big button down here. Yep, you're the next one on.
Let's give you guys a pat.
Bill Peralt, Unit 3 member.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to do one simple thing. There's a lot of grumbling out there going on. And I don't think you guys get this enough. I want to give you guys a big chimigwech. I love the road that you put us on. A lot of work. It's not easy coming into your terms, virtually holding a mop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
You're the first person on the board who had 3 years.
I was gonna say, we don't hear that hardly ever.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hey, could you repeat that so everybody can? No, I'm just kidding.
Speak
We're
right
good.
into the camera.
All right, guys. If there are no other member participation, we'll move on to the rest of the agenda. Our next item on the agenda is minutes from 5/20/25. Motion by Isaac. Support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Minutes are adopted from 5/20/2025. First resolution on the agenda, FY25 budget document 003, Schedule C budgets.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 Budget Document 003 totaling $69,984,228, of which $21,132,443 comes from tribal support.
Motion by Bridget. Support by Larry.
January through December budgets approved. These programs range from ACFS, Big Bear, Cultural, Education, Elder, Employment, General Fund, some governmental programs, Home Improvement, Internal Services, Legal, Law Enforcement, Natural Resources, Tribal Court, and Utility Authority. Is there any questions?
Any questions for Jen or any discussion? Did you, Lana? Lana.
So, did we figure out where that's coming from? Are we going to, how much we're getting from the casino, where we're gonna get it from? No?
If asking me?
No, Jen. That's our problem. Yep.
Go ahead, Isaac.
Currently, the balance of the budget, you need $14 million, and to do that, you're going to take it from your fund balance. And like Bill had told us last week, right, there's $54 million in the fund balance. So within 2.5 years, I figure we'll be broke.
And that's my concern, because I know that we talked about a certain amount coming from the casino last week, and I'm wondering, I had asked for documentation on what the code or the tax code had said that we take. What?
We got it today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't have time to look at it today. So, that's what I'm wondering. Is that a later discussion that we're going to have, how much the casino is going to be giving us? Yes? Okay.
I would hope sooner than later.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Bridget?
Well, I just want to say that, yes, we have a lot of unanswered questions, but because it's June, we have decided that we need to get this budget passed. Staff wants us to pass this. We've been on a continuing resolution. Normally, we do that till maybe March. Now we're 3 months behind with the cyber issue and everything else that's been going on. So there's a lot of things we'll work on after the fact, but we need to get it passed for now, and then we'll work on it. It's not ideal, but we need to do it.
Kimley?
Is it on an agenda?
I just made a note to check with Bill when he'll be ready.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron, was that just a thumbs up, or did you have something? I think you just thumbs up us.
Just thumbs up.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Lana? Oops. Yes, with that discussion. You said yes? Okay. Rob?
Yes.
Michael? Larry?
Yes.
Sean? Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Isaac?
No.
Kimberly Hampton?
No.
Carried.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda, FY25 governmental capital expenditures.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 governmental capital expenditure budget modification for a total of $643,500, of which $153,500 will come from tribal support.
Motion by Bridget. Do we have a second? Going once. Twice.
Second.
Second from Aaron Payment. All right.
This is the capital expenditures for the governmental side. It includes for shipping and receiving, IT, safety, for insurance, and construction.
Questions for Jen or discussion? Lana?
I know that we've got away from some of the things that we did in the past that did work. And now that Bill is back, and I know that he's really knowledgeable in this, because we always asked for it, especially for capital outlay, and that's to ask that they prioritize what needs to be spent. You used to do that all the time, 1, 2, 3. I think Jess did too. So I think we need to get back to that practice, so that, you know, they put a prioritization on this. And what is needed. That's with any of our capital expenditures. I don't know why we quit doing it. We just quit. So that's, you know, quite a bit of money, and I could ask all day long, do we really need this or do we really need that? But if that's helpful information to get when we're making this decision. So that's it.
Any other comments, discussion? Who? Bill? Bill, sorry.
I will do that and, excuse me, and bring it back to the next meeting, next workshop.
All right, anything else? Roll call.
Sean. Lana. Isaac.
No.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
No.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
No.
1, 2, 3, 6, 4. 6 yes, 4 no.
Motion carries. Next on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. Next on the agenda, deforesting the Savard property for housing development.
Now, therefore, it be resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors approves the deforestation of the tribal land on the Savard property for the purpose of housing development construction. Be it further resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors requests that the Bureau of Indian Affairs forester put the job of removing the trees up for competitive bid and cause the trees to be removed as soon as practicable. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, support by Bridget. Joni.
Good evening, Joni Talentino, and I'm the Housing Director. What this resolution will do is it will allow us to work with the BIA forester and remove the trees that are necessary to move forward with a housing development here in St. Ignace on the Savard property.
Questions, discussion? Mike.
I just wanted to note that we did discuss this in workshop earlier, and the question was asked about if our environmental approved this action, and they did. So I just think that should be noted for the public. Thank you, Joni.
Yep, thank you.
Anything else? Roll call.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Lana? Bridget?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Sean? Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael? Isaac?
Yes.
Carried.
Motion carries. Thank you, Joni.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, Munising Marketplace Memorandum of Understanding.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the tribe intends to enter into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with Renovair Development and other parties listed in the MOU to become a minority interest partner in the Munising Marketplace development in accordance with the terms outlined in the agreement. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman to execute all documents necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac,
Support.
support by Kim Hampton. Dan?
Yes, this is, resolution is seeking authorization to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Renvar Development for a 32-unit workforce housing development with approximately 6,500 square feet of community-focused commercial and retail space. This project has been in development for some time, and now the hope is with the tribe becoming involved, we can help in the efforts to bring this development across the finish line.
Questions, comments for Dan? Kim Hampton.
And just to clarify, this will not result in the tribe having to pay anything? No financial obligation?
No,
Okay.
we do not have to pay to become a partner in this.
Okay, thank you.
Bridget.
Dan, is there gonna be some point, since we get 10% for being developer fee and then 10% interest in the project, is there gonna come a time when we're gonna ask for vouchers from housing?
At this point, that depends on the type of program, which LIHTC program we're applying for and the need for points, but I do not believe so. This is workforce development, and that is not listed as something we're expected to do.
Any other feedback for Dan? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Thank you for that one. Next one on the agenda is authorization to enter into a contract with Kaesner.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors approves awarding the membrane roofing contract to Kaesner Construction up to $1,316,000 to complete this project. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, intent, and administration of this resolution, including but not limited to the ability and authority to implement any budgetary changes administratively without the need for formal Board of Directors budget modifications. be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to enter into and execute the contract and any supporting documents with Kaesner Construction to fulfill the intent of this resolution. I'll support.
Motion by Isaac, support by Kim Hampton. Dan?
Okay, this has been discussed in workshop. This is the one of 6 different quotes we received to bring 42 units back online in Sawyer Village. These units have been out of inventory since we purchased Sawyer Village. They are in a dilapidated state. There is a over 130 person waiting list, so there is a demand for housing. So we will bring these units back online. This is to start that project with the roofs, and the other contracts will come at the next board meeting, but this and the next following resolution are for the first 2.
Thank you, Dan. Aaron had a question, then Mike.
Yeah, I don't see anywhere in the resolve section where it says where the funds are coming from.
So this...
Normally that's included.
Yes, this was passed on a previous resolution. We have LATCF funds, and that budget could be executed administratively, and it was. There is $2.3 million, which is over $100,000 necessary for these 2 contracts. But I can put that in future. And the funding will be different funding for the next phases of the project. But this phase right here, these contracts will be covered by the LATCF funds we have passed a resolution on.
So Tyler, could you ask without objection to list the source of what's covering the costs?
You want it on the face of the resolution?
It's in
Aaron?
Yeah, normally we always do that, yes.
So without objection, we add up to 1.316 million from LATCF funds to complete this project.
Yep.
I don't see any objection, so that amendment is adopted. Anything else, Aaron?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, Mike?
That was going to be my amendment. We had talked about putting funding sources on all resos that have to deal with contracts, that we would like to see the funding source right there on it. So for future use, we should have it right on the reso. We've talked about having reso guidelines, so we may want to make sure we include, if that's not already on there, we want to make sure we include that on it. Thanks.
Thank you. And Bridget?
So Dan, on here, I know we're going with the lowest bid, but it says if any sheeting replacement is needed, it's an additional $7 per square foot. Did that apply to all the other bidders as well?
I believe there was, the request for bid was for the actual roofing, not sheeting. So, yes, there was request for a bid.
I'm just concerned if there's a bunch of sheeting required that it may be more than the other bidders.
This company's been the low bidder we've worked with up there on multiple roofs. They've done other roofs for the tribe, but yeah, so they have a history of coming in the most competitive.
Any other comments? Okay, roll call.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Sean? Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Michael? Isaac?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Lana?
Motion carries. Next on the agenda, authorization to enter into a contract with Timber Ridge Construction.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors approves awarding the membrane roofing contract to Timber Ridge Construction up to $887,457 to complete this project. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, intent, and administration of this resolution, including but not limited to the ability and authority to implement any budgetary changes administratively without the need for formal Board of Directors budget modifications. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to enter into and execute the contract and any supporting documents with Timber Ridge Construction to fulfill the intent of this resolution. I'll support.
Motion by Isaac, support by Kim Hampton. Dan?
There was a requested reading in of an adjustment on here. The membrane roofing was the last one. This one was to be for siding, windows, exterior door replacements. Helen,
Dan, hold on. Isaac's going to motion to amend. Got to turn your mic on, Isaac.
Right, buddy. Motion to amend, I'd like to strike membrane roofing and add siding, windows, and exterior door replacement, and then add the language from LATCF funds.
Are there any objections to Isaac's amendment? No objections. Amendment is carried.
that was what I was going to talk about, yes. I was going to speak to that. So that is the correction. Thank you, Isaac. That was just a typo carrying over the same name from the other resolution. But this is to do the siding, windows, and exterior replacement doors on these 42 homes. Again, we want to get them closed up, shielded from the elements, and we can move into the next phases of the projects.
Any other comments or feedback for Dan? If not, I have one. I just want to thank you for taking care of our properties. Sawyer Village, we've owned since pretty much KI Sawyer closed down. The 2 streets of houses that you're redoing right now have been shut down, and they're pretty much near pickled units at this point. So we're not only revitalizing those properties for people to move into, tribal and non-tribal alike, it's an economic development opportunity, and it's actually taking care of our properties and what we actually own. Should have been done from the beginning. There should have been a plan for that. But I appreciate the extra effort that you've done because this will help our entire region. It might be Unit 4, but it's Marquette County, and there's a lot of membership there in need of housing. There's a lot of people. I mean, you've got 132 person waiting list. Like that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah, there's a huge demand.
Yeah, so it's a win-win for the tribe because we're able to use these funds to enhance our economic development and provide additional housing for our members, hopefully, and some of the community as well. So thank you for this. And with that, roll call on this one.
Michael? Sean? Aaron?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Lana? Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have long-range transportation plan and inventory update.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby requests that the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, add and update the roads listed in Attachment A to the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Tribal Transportation Program Inventory, and which is hereby incorporated by reference as if fully set forth within as part of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Long-Range Transportation Plan. Be it further resolved that the chairman or his designee is authorized and directed to execute and deliver such agreements, documents, or instruments to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, as may be required, or to take any and all such action which may be necessary to implement the foregoing and update the Tribal Long-Range Transportation Plan.
Motion.
Motion.
I'll support.
Motion by Isaac, support by Kim Hampton. She's online. Wendy, are you still here? I see her. Wendy, can you hear me? She's here. She's right here. Wendy Hoffman, Sioux Tribe.
Yes.
Wendy, can you hear us? We can't hear you. It sounds like you're in a deep tunnel. Okay, Bill, go ahead.
Okay, this was workshopped earlier. It's a formality with the BIA to update the long-range plan and the inventory, and there was a number that areas that she wanted to add to the inventory, and let's see. A number of them were dealing in the Sioux, Riverside, the fisheries, Sugar Island, a number of parking lots in and around the casino, Naganagizik, Judicial and Midgem, Hessel, St. Ignace, Midgem, the Manistee Health Lot, Christmas Casino Lot, EDC Lot in Christmas, the Marquette Health Center Lot, Escanaba Community Center Lot, back to the Sioux with the Lodge of Hope, down here at St. Ignace, the dock and the marina, and then a little bit west of here at the Fairport dock. And that's where the additions to the current inventory, and that would be, excuse me, that would be submitted to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for approval.
Thank you, Bill. We got Isaac, then Bridget.
Hey, Bill, can you make sure that Lana had pointed out that, and I noticed that a lot of the counties are incorrect?
Correct.
So can you make sure that's correct? And
Yes.
you verify that to make sure before we send this to the
Yes, I
BIA?
will.
Thank you.
Bridget? Bridget, sorry.
I don't know if you can answer this, Bill, but I don't think that the numbers on the construction need, we can make changes on those as a priority.
That's a good question, Bridget. I'm not sure, but I'll find out.
Okay, because she's got the Savard listed as number 4, and we need to have that project completed by next September, so it needs to move up if possible. And the other question is, mentioning St. Ignace Marina, are we talking about the Fisherman's Drive down here on Moores? Or are we talking where law enforcement parks their boat down at the city? I don't know.
That's a good question there, too. I'll have to
Okay.
find that out.
Wendy, are you able to get audio now? You're muted, Wendy.
Yeah, yep.
Is this Wendy?
No, that was Betty.
Did you hear me?
Wendy? Go ahead, Bridget.
Is this a emergency, or can we, I don't want it to be submitted like this if we can and need to make those changes. I don't know if we can wait till the next meeting, if not.
I'm not sure what the deadline is. How about if I'll
And I know she
I'll
needs a
take care of
30-day
it and make
comment
sure the
period, so I don't
changes
want to
are-
hold it up, but it seems to me that we can change priorities. I think that we can internally do that, but I just want to make sure, that we can.
Okay.
That's correct. That's correct. Bridget's correct. You just have to notify the BIA afterwards.
Okay, all right, because I don't want to stop it up when we got 30 days, so.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we'll move on to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstain? Motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have authorized contract with Kaufman and Associates.
Now therefore be resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors approves the contract with Kaufman and Associates, Inc. in the amount of $148,648, not to exceed $150,000 from Cost Center 2932, and authorizes the Transportation Department to administer and facilitate this project. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorize the tribal chairman or their designee to negotiate, execute, and amend any documents between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and Kaufman and Associates, Inc. for professional branding and graphic design services.
Do we have a motion? Motion by Mike? Second by Bridget. Before we do any discussion, I just wanted to note my conflict of interest with this one. I do consult with Kaufman through tribal relations. I'm a tribal relations advisor, and I work in research and evaluation. I'm not affiliated with this one. Didn't even know that there was a proposal until we received our board packet. Regardless if it ends in a tie, I will be conflicting myself out, even though I will not be participating in any way, shape, or form in this. Sorry, Isaac recognized.
Hey, so I had asked for additional information why the highest bidder is being selected. I have yet to receive that, so I cannot support this resolution.
Any other discussion? Bridget?
Well, I know that we workshopped this for quite a while today. We all had questions. We know that there's some attention on social media about this. This was the only native bidder, and we're talking about doing signs in our native language. So I think that holds a little bit of weight here. I know that the cost is, you know, it's a good chunk. Our budget was 150 and it comes in just under there. But there was a committee of 6 tribal staff members that were involved in the process of this as an advisory committee. So I'm fine with it.
Lana?
Yeah, Wendy, obviously, we had, like Bridget said, we had a workshop this afternoon. There was quite a bit of discussion on it. And Wendy did present, I wish we could hear her so she could present again to the membership on the committee members that selected Kaufman. Bridget mentioned a couple of them. They're native, they have experience. None of the other firms worked for us, including Kaufman in the past. I'm glad, Tyler, you made those comments that you made, that you won't be voting on it, and that you didn't know it was here until it came in the packet. So yeah, this is the BIA funding, and the 6 people vetted it. I asked my questions this afternoon, and I really don't have any issue with it, because the project as described was good. It's inclusive to a lot of things that Wendy mentioned today, like all the signs for the roads on a reservation, for snowmobile trails, and this group is native, and they're going to encompass our language in that and give us signage and logos and things like that. So I really don't have an issue. I do wish she could be heard on to explain again, but I don't have an issue.
All right, any other discussion? I don't see any other hands up. You're gonna have to roll call this, I think. Yep.
Sean? Lana? Isaac?
No.
Kimberly Hampton?
No.
Aaron?
Abstain.
Michael? Rob?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Carried.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Next on the agenda, extension of indefinite delivery quantity contract.
Now, therefore, it be resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the tribal chairman or his designee to negotiate, execute, and amend any documents therefrom on the tribe's behalf resulting in an indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract between the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians and Coleman Engineering. Be it further resolved, the Board of Directors authorizes the chairperson or his designee to take such other actions as they deem appropriate to implement the purposes of this resolution, and authorizes expenditures from the Bureau of Indian Affairs Cost Center 2932, 2931, 2930, and Raise Grant Cost Center 13101.
Motion by Bridget,
All support.
support by Kim Hampton. Do you want to present? I know you don't have much information.
Well, I'll give it a try. This would allow for, this contract expires on June 6th, which is Friday. This 3-month extension will allow for continuity in projects that are underway right now, performed by Coleman. And then it will also allow us to put together the bid documents to rebid out this IDIQ type of service. We're looking at using 2 different types of services for this next round, one for the RAISE grant and then one for all other projects.
All right, Isaac.
Hey, Bill, so in the 3 years that this company was under contract, we still don't have the RFP. Do you think the 3 months will be enough time, or do you need additional time? Because we couldn't do it in 3 years, so I'm just curious.
I will make sure that it is completed in the
If you make sure, then I'll support it.
and then sent out, and the bid results are come back within the 3 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, roll call.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac. Yes. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Lana. Michael. Larry.
Yes.
Sean.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing, Bill. Next on the agenda is authorizing prosecutor contract. Ryan? Sorry.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the General Counsel to contract with any of the individuals up to the hourly rate listed in the attached RIS to serve as prosecutor. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the General Counsel to execute documents and perform any administrative budget modifications needed to carry out the intent of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby rescinds Resolution 2025-94.
Support.
Motion by Isaac, support by Larry. Ryan?
Yes, the Board of Directors previously approved Resolution 2025-94. This is for a contract tribal prosecutor to cover for when our tribal prosecutor is on approved leave for a few months. That individual forward that rescinds that prior award to the contract prosecutor and requesting authorization to enter into contract with, we've named 6 individuals that we've vetted their resume, and they can, they have the experience required and they can cover for us. So I'm asking for authorization to figure out which one is available during the dates we will need them, which are not 100% determined yet, but they will be for mostly July, August, and September. And get them in to cover temporarily for just 3 months while our prosecutor is on leave.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions, comments for this one? I don't see any. Lana?
I just want to say there might not be any now, but we did ask quite a bit of questions this afternoon when he talked about it, because this is kind of a big deal. So I had all my questions answered, but just for the benefit of the membership, there was questions and answered. So thanks, Ryan.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Next on the agenda, waiver of sovereign immunity and consent to waiver of tribal support or tribal court jurisdiction N1 discovery.
Any objection to waiving the reading?
No objection. No objections recorded. Go ahead, Ryan.
Wait, do we have a motion in a second? Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry. We need a motion in a second. Bridget threw me off track there. Motion by Isaac. Support by Kim Hampton. Go ahead, Ryan.
So this was actually workshopped, I think, last week. Our breach counsel, who was helping us deal with the legal end of our cyber event, helped us bring in this N1 discovery to do some further forensics analysis. Their contract, in their contract, they are requiring a waiver of sovereign immunity. We did negotiate back and forth over the last week or so to see if they would drop that request. This is an important and vital, in my opinion, service that they're providing us to make sure that we are securing our systems properly for the future to avoid any repeat cyber events like we saw in February. So I have reviewed the language of the waiver, and I am recommending that we enter this waiver so this team can help our internal team finish off any immediate needs and any recommendations for the board just to further secure our network and our hardware on the IT end to avoid cyber threats.
All right, any discussion? Bridget?
In your opinion, Ryan, is this going to be it? Are we going to be doing any more waivers, hiring any more contractors, or should this be it?
Well, I can't say definitively, Bridget. I'm hoping this will be it for now. I do know Nick Eicham, our CIO, brought forward a week or two ago some other contracts for some third parties to come in that you already approved to do like security assessments. And there might be something down the line, but as far as what's needed to deal with the February cyber event, I don't anticipate any further need of other outside entities to come in, no.
Any other questions or discussion regarding this one? Nope, sovereign immunity, let's do roll call.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Michael. Sean. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Lana. Isaac.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we are under new business, committee appointments and resignations. Okay, first up, we have Sioux Tribe Housing Authority, reappointment of Deb Pine, Unit 2 seat, 4-year term.
Motion.
Motion by Bridget, second by, I don't know who that was.
Isaac.
Isaac?
Yep.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Congratulations, Deb Pines. Food Sovereignty, reappointment. David Lockhart, reappointment, 2-year term. Motion. Motion by Bridget, second by Isaac. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Congratulations, David. Health Board, appointment. Tracy Holt, appointment, taking vacant seat, term set to expire April 2027. Motion by Isaac, second by Bridget. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Congratulations, Tracy, on your appointment to the Health Board. Election Commission appointment. Michael Larson, appointment, taking vacant seat, term set to expire January 2026. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Congratulations, Michael Larson, on your appointment to the Election Commission. Cultural Committee appointment, Denise Renee St. Andre, appointment, taking vacant seat, term set to expire July 2028. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Congratulations, Denise, on your appointment to the Cultural Committee. Unit 1 Elder Subcommittee, Sault Ste. Marie resignation. Nancy Lowe's, regular member, term set to expire September 2027. This action will declare this seat vacant and allow for posting. Motion by Isaac. Second by Lana. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries. Thank you, Nancy, for your service to the Elder Subcommittee. Unit 1 will now post a vacancy. Finally, on the board agenda, that's it for committee appointments and resignations. On the board agenda, finally, is board concerns. Does anybody have any board concerns? Aaron, you sent some through email, but you said you don't need to address them. Okay, anybody else? Bridget?
I'd like to see us going forward when we excuse board members or chairman from the meeting, have a reason, let members know why, whether people are on business at a certain conference, they're on vacation, they're sick, whatever it is. I think we're just randomly approving everyone. I'd just like to see us do that.
Thank you, Bridget. Any other concerns? Mike?
I have one too, but it was submitted as, and when Aaron submitted it, it was an elder that had wanted us to look at the housings replacing decks at the elder complex in the Sioux. And she has concerns and requests that we consider the same size decks because they're going from big, great big huge decks to this small little deck. So Aaron put it in his, and I'm gonna submit mine as well so we can find out why and all that good stuff. Is there any consideration to be able to change that?
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else for board concern? All right, I don't see anybody else. Without objection, meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.